Hey there, folks. Welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So, get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting that subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. In the shadow of the misty mountains, where ancient forges still whispered with the echoes of forgotten magic, grim Steelheart's hammer fell silent. The legendary dwarven smith stood before his anvil, his once proud shoulders bent with the weight of guilt heavier than any metal he had ever shaped. The walls of his workshop, once adorned with masterwork weapons, now stood bare except for a single empty mounting bracket, the place where Soul Reaver, his greatest creation and greatest shame, had once hung. The memories haunted him like ghosts. The day the warrior had commissioned the blade, paying in gold and flattery. The pride he had taken in forging the perfect weapon, imbuing it with magic that made it keener than any sword ever crafted. The horror when news reached him of how it had been used. The Silverleaf Valley massacre, an entire elven village wiped out in a single blood-soaked night. A sharp wind howled through the mountain peaks, carrying with it the scent of approaching snow and something else, the unmistakable presence of an elf. Grimm's hand instinctively reached for his hammer, but he forced it back to his side. If this was revenge finally coming to claim him, perhaps he deserved it. The figure that emerged from the swirling snow was not what he expected. She was young, even by human standards, with hair white as the surrounding peaks and eyes that held both starlight and shadow. A warrior's grace marked her movements, but she carried no visible weapons. "Are you Grim Steelheart?" Her voice was soft, but it carried the sharp edge of steel beneath silk. "That name died with the people of Silverleaf Valley," he answered, turning back to his cold forge. "I'm just an old dwarf trying to undo past mistakes. I am Ether Swiftshadow," she said, stepping into the workshop. "And I was there that night, hidden beneath my mother's protection spell as everything I loved burned." Grimm's shoulders stiffened, but he didn't turn. "Then strike quickly, child. I won't defend myself. I'm not here for revenge." Something in her tone made him look back. She was holding out a scroll, ancient and sealed with black wax. "I'm here because the obsidian dragon is waking, and your blade may be the only thing that can prevent it." The prophecy was as old as the mountains themselves, when the drake of black glass stirred from its millennium-long slumber. It would bring an age of darkness that would engulf both the realms of elves and dwarves. Grimm had always dismissed it as legend until now. "Soul Reaver was destroyed," he said. "I've spent years tracking down every weapon I ever created, breaking them down to their base elements. That one eluded me." Ether's eyes flickered with something that might have been hope. "It wasn't destroyed. It was sealed away in the Temple of Twilight, where the massacre's sole survivor placed it after escaping with it that night." A bitter smile crossed her face. "My grandmother's last act before she succumbed to her wounds." The revelation struck Grimm like a hammer blow. All these years, he had assumed the blade was still out there, being used for more evil. Instead, it had been waiting, perhaps for this very moment. But as they delved deeper into the prophecy, a more sinister truth emerged. The signs of the dragon's awakening, the tremors in the deep places, the whispers of shadow in the ancient forests were not natural. Someone was deliberately trying to wake the beast. Together, the unlikely pair tracked the blade to its resting place, only to find the Temple of Twilight was no longer the sanctuary it had once been. Dark figures moved in its shadows, wearing robes marked with symbols of both elven and dwarven origin. "The Order of the Eternal Night," Heather whispered as they watched from hiding. They believe the dragon's awakening will grant them power over both our realms. Fools, Grimm growled. They'll doom us all. Their quest to retrieve Solar Reaver became a race against time, fighting through corrupted temples and trapped ruins. But with each step, each shared danger, the barrier between them began to crumble. Grimm saw in Ether not the vengeful spirit he had feared, but a warrior seeking to prevent another tragedy. And Ether discovered that the dwarf who had forged the weapon of her people's destruction was also the one who had spent decades trying to ensure such weapons could never be used again. When they finally reached the blade, sealed behind wards of ancient magic, they found it changed. The years in the temple had transformed it, or perhaps revealed its true nature. The sword that had once gleamed with deadly perfection now pulsed with a strange twilight radiance. The prophecy wasn't about stopping the dragon, Heather realized as they studied the runes that had emerged on the blade. It was about choice. The power to destroy or to protect it was always about the wielder's heart. The truth came at a cost. The Order of the Eternal Night had followed them, and in the battle that followed, Grimm and Ether found themselves fighting back to back in the temple's heart. The ballet of dwarven hammer and elven spellcraft proved that some divisions could be bridged, some wounds healed. But the true test came when the temple began to collapse, and they had to choose: pursue the fleeing cultists who still sought to wake the dragon, or save the villagers in the valley below who would be crushed by the falling debris. The choice was made in a heartbeat, both of them running to warn the village, to help evacuate the innocent. Some of the cultists escaped, but watching elves and dwarves working together to save lives, Grimm realized something profound. Perhaps, he said later, as they stood in his workshop, Soul Reaver now mounted where it had once hung, but transformed by its years in the temple into something new. The prophecy wasn't about the dragon at all. Maybe it was about learning to forge new bonds from old hatred. Heather touched the blade, her reflection mingling with his in its surface. Then we have work to do. The Order still exists, and they'll try again. Grimm agreed, turning back to his forge, lighting it for the first time in years. But this time, we forged the future together, and so began a new legend in the misty mountains of an elven warrior and a dwarven smith who discovered that the greatest weapons against darkness were not blades of steel, but the bonds forged between former enemies, and the choice to protect rather than destroy. Story 2. The crystal forest earned its name not from the ice that never melted from its ancient branches, but from the strange luminescent formations that grew like frozen tears from its towering trees. In the heart of this ethereal woodland, where moonlight fractured through crystalline canopies into thousands of rainbow shards, Lyra Lunarwhisper discovered that everything she knew about her people's history was a lie. The young elven archer had tracked a wounded shadowcat through the deepest reaches of the forest, where even the oldest maps showed only blank spaces marked with warnings. But instead of finding her quarry, she found something far more extraordinary, a clearing filled with crystal formations that seemed to pulse with an inner light. As she approached, shapes within the crystals became clear faces frozen in expressions of terror and desperation. Elven faces. Impossible, Lyra whispered, her breath forming delicate frost patterns in the cold air. These were the faces of her clan, the Lunarwhispers, who according to legend had vanished into the ethereal realm centuries ago when their magic failed them. Yet here they were, preserved like insects in amber, their features as perfect as the day they had been trapped. A twig snapped behind her. Lyra spun, an arrow already knocked to her moonsilver bow. From the shadows emerged a figure that seemed hewn from the mountain itself, broad-shouldered and sturdy, with a beard braided with silver chains and eyes that gleamed like polished obsidian. A dwarf, this deep in elven territory. "I wouldn't loose that arrow if I were you," he said, his voice surprisingly gentle for one of his kind. "Not if you want to learn how to free them." Lyra's aim didn't waver. "Who are you? What do you know about this?" "I am Brainer Thornson," he said, spreading his hands to show they were empty. "And I know because it was my father who imprisoned them." The revelation hit Lyra like a physical blow. Everyone knew of Thorn the Archmagus, the dwarf who had broken with his people's traditions to pursue the deeper magics. He had vanished decades ago, and good riddance, according to both elves and dwarves. But none of the stories mentioned a son. Why? Lyra demanded. Why would he do this? Brainer's expression darkened. Because he discovered something terrible, that life force could be crystallized, preserved, and eventually consumed. He sought immortality, and your clan was powerful in the old magics. They were convenient. Lyra's finger tightened on the bowstring, but Brainer continued. "I left him when I learned the truth. I've spent years studying ways to undo what he did, but I can't do it alone. The magic requires both dwarven craft and elven grace." The archer's keen eyes studied him, searching for any sign of deception. "And why should I trust you?" "Because, right now, my father is preparing for the final ritual. He's grown weak, and he needs to consume the essence he stored away all those years ago. If we don't stop him, your clan will be lost forever." Slowly, Lyra lowered her bow. "Tell me what we need to do." Over the next days, as they worked together to understand the crystal prison's magic, an uneasy alliance formed between the unlikely pair. Brainer taught Lyra the fundamentals of dwarven runecraft, while she shared the subtle harmonies of elven spellsong. Together, they discovered that the crystals responded to their combined magic in ways neither tradition could achieve alone. But their progress was interrupted by a disturbing discovery. Deep within the largest crystal formation, they found inscriptions that spoke of an ancient evil, a being of such malevolence that both elven and dwarven chronicles referred to it only as the Void Hunger. The crystals didn't just imprison Lyra's clan. They also maintained the seals that kept this entity bound. "This changes everything," Brainer said gravely. "If we break the prison, we also break the seals." Lyra pressed her hand against the crystal where her mother's face was visible, peaceful in her frozen sleep. "There has to be a way to separate the spells." Their time for finding an alternative solution ran out with the arrival of the new moon. The forest grew darker than usual, and a figure emerged from the shadows, tall for a dwarf, stooped with age, but radiating power that made the crystals pulse in response. "My disappointing son," Thorn's voice rasped like stone on stone, "and a child of my carefully preserved collection." How fitting. What followed was a battle that would be sung about in both elven halls and dwarven depths for generations to come. Thorn's dark magic clashed against the combined might of Brainer's runecraft and Lyra's spellsong. The crystal formations resonated with each blast of power, the faces within seeming to shift and stir. In the battle's climax, Lyra and Brainer stood back to back, their magic intertwined in ways that hadn't been seen since the ancient days of alliance between their peoples. But victory came at a terrible price. As Thorn fell, his final spell shattered the master crystal, and the air itself seemed to tear open. The void hunger began to emerge, a darkness deeper than night, a hunger older than time. The imprisoned elves were beginning to wake, but so too was something that should have remained forever sleeping. Lyra looked at her clan, at her mother's face now moving, showing signs of life. Then she looked at Brainer, and in his eyes she saw the same terrible understanding. "Together?" he asked, holding out his hand. She took it, intertwining their fingers. Together, their combined magic struck not at the crystals themselves, but at the space between them, weaving a new kind of seal. The prison reformed, different this time, a lattice of light and shadow that contained both the awakening elves and the emerging darkness. It would hold until they could find a better solution, but it meant Lyra's clan would remain trapped. "I'm sorry," Brainer said softly as Lyra touched the crystal where her mother was once again still. "We'll find another way. I promise." Lyra straightened her shoulders, though tears froze on her cheeks. "My people endured for centuries. They can endure a little longer. She turned to face him. And this time, they won't be forgotten. This time, they have both an elven archer and a dwarven runecaster watching over them. The crystal forest earned its name twice over that day, once for the tears that never melted from its branches, and once for the secrets frozen within its heart. And if travelers sometimes hear both elven songs and dwarven chants twining together among its trees, well, some stories are still being written. Story 3. Deep beneath the northern mountains, where the eternal forges of Moria had burned without cessation for 1,000 years, Princess Ra Frostbird stood before her father's deathbed, about to inherit both a crown and a burden that would shake her understanding of everything she had ever known about her kingdom. King Thorin Frostbird's voice was barely a whisper, but his words carried the weight of mountains. The heart of our kingdom is not stone, my daughter. It is. A prisoner, his breathing grew labored as he pressed an ancient key into her palm, its metal warm despite the perpetual chill of the royal chambers. Below the lowest forge, behind the door of winter, you must maintain the pact. As her father's hand grew cold in hers, Ra felt the weight of the crown settle upon her brow like ice. The prosperity of Moria, the greatest of the dwarven kingdoms, rested on more than just the skill of its craftsmen or the richness of its mines. This truth she had always known, but not like this. The door of winter lay at the end of a spiraling stair that descended far below even the deepest mines. As Ra descended, the familiar heat of the forges above gave way to an unnatural cold that seemed to emanate from the very rock. Her guards had been left behind. This was a journey for the monarch alone. The key fit perfectly into a lock that had never known rust. Beyond the door, Ra found not a chamber, but a vast cavern that seemed to have been grown rather than carved. Crystalline formations rose from floor to ceiling, glowing with a pale blue light that pulsed like a heartbeat. And at the center of it all, suspended in a column of pure magical energy, was an elf. He appeared to be sleeping, his ageless features serene despite his imprisonment. Long silver hair floated around him as if suspended in water, and robes of midnight blue shifted in unseen currents. This was no ordinary elf. This was Felin Starweaver, the legendary archmage whose disappearance centuries ago had marked the end of the last great age of elven magic. "Welcome, young queen," a voice echoed in her mind, though the elf's lips did not move. "I have been waiting to meet you." The truth, when it emerged, was both simpler and more terrible than Ra could have imagined. The eternal forges that powered her kingdom's prosperity were fueled by Magic Felin's magic, drawn from him in a continuous stream that had sustained Moria for centuries. The original pact, made between her ancestor and Felin during a forgotten war, had been meant to last only a year and a day, but the power it granted had proved too tempting, and 1 year had become 10, had become 100, had become an age of the world. "Why did you agree to this?" Ra asked, her voice echoing in the crystalline chamber. "To prevent a war that would have destroyed both our peoples." Felin's mental voice was tinged with ancient sadness. "Though I did not expect my imprisonment to become eternal." Before Ra could respond, new footsteps echoed on the crystalline floor. A tall figure emerged from one of the many shadows, an elf with eyes that matched Felin's, bearing a staff made of starlight and shadow. "Grandfather," the newcomer breathed, his voice breaking with emotion. "Eldered." Felin's mental voice carried recognition and love. "You have grown so." Eldered Starweaver had spent decades searching for his grandfather, following traces of magic and ancient rumors to finally reach this hidden chamber. But his arrival brought more than just a family reunion. It brought warning of a curse already taking hold above. The eternal winter that had always wrapped the peaks of Moria was spreading, growing stronger, consuming the lands below the mountain. The magic that had been contained and controlled for so long was beginning to fail, and with it, the delicate balance that had kept the curse at bay. The pact was never meant to last this long, Eldred explained, frost forming on his staff as he spoke. The magic is corrupting, transforming. If it isn't stopped, everything within 100 leagues will be frozen in eternal ice. Ra stood between the imprisoned archmage and his grandson, the weight of her crown never feeling heavier. Above, her people worked their forges and lived their lives, unaware that their entire civilization rested on the suffering of one being. To free him would mean the end of everything they had built, everything they were. To keep him prisoner would mean watching her kingdom become a frozen tomb. But as she looked into Phelan's ancient eyes, she saw something unexpected, not hatred for his captors, but sorrow for the choice they now faced. There may be another way, Phelan's voice whispered in their minds. The magic could be transformed, reshaped, but it would require both dwarven craft and elven sorcery, working in harmony as they have not done since the Age of Legends. What followed was a ritual unlike any recorded in the histories of either people. Ra's dwarven runecraft, passed down through generations of frostbird monarchs, intertwined with Eldred's elven spellcraft. They worked through days and nights, their magic reshaping the very foundations of the mountain, while Phelan guided them from his crystalline prison. The eternal forges would no longer draw their power from a single imprisoned soul, but from the freely given magic of both peoples. The curse of winter was not broken, but transformed, becoming a source of power rather than destruction. Ice and fire, dwarf and elf, working in harmony rather than opposition. When Phelan finally stepped free of his prison, his first act was not of vengeance but of healing, his magic joining with the new pattern they had woven into the mountain's heart. The chamber of his imprisonment became a place of learning, where dwarven and elven mages could study together, sharing the wisdom of their peoples. Standing in the transformed chamber, watching her people and elders begin the slow work of building trust, Ra realized that sometimes the heaviest chains were the ones we placed upon ourselves through fear and tradition. The true strength of a ruler lay not in maintaining the mistakes of the past, but in having the courage to forge a new path. And in the deepest heart of Moria, where the eternal forges still burn, but now with freely given power, they say you can sometimes hear both dwarven hammers and elven songs echoing together through the halls, crafting a future neither people could have built alone. Story 4. The wildlands stretched before Thorn Shadowblade like a sea of untamed magic, where ancient trees twisted into impossible shapes, and the very air shimmered with residual enchantments. The half-elf bounty hunter crouched at the edge of a crystalline cliff, his mismatched eyes one emerald like his elven mother's, one dark as the dwarven forges scanning the ethereal landscape below. 3 days he had tracked his quarry, following traces that would have been invisible to less experienced hunters, disturbed ley lines, whispers of dwarven runes cast into the wind, and the distinct magical signature of the artifact she carried, Morgana Runekeeper. The name had raised eyebrows in every tavern from the Sunrise Gates to the western peaks. A dwarven mage was rare enough, but one accused of stealing her own clan's most sacred relic. That was the kind of story that attracted attention and gold. Lots of gold. A flicker of movement caught his eye, a shadow passing between two moonlit trees that shouldn't have cast any shadows at all. Thorn smiled. The chase was about to end. He descended the cliff like liquid shadow, each movement calculated and silent. But as he touched the ground, a voice rang out from behind him. "I wouldn't take another step if I were you, Hunter." Thorn turned slowly, hands raised, to find Morgana Runekeeper standing in a circle of pale blue light. She was shorter than most dwarves, with intricate runic tattoos spiraling up her arms and hair the color of beaten copper. In her hands, she held what appeared to be a simple crystal sphere, the legendary Eye of Galadriel. "The bounty on your head would set me up for life," Thorn said conversationally, studying the artifact. "But I have to admit, I'm curious why a respected rune master would steal from her own people." "Steal?" Morgana's laugh was bitter. I'm protecting it from the real thieves." She held up the eye, and within its depths, images began to swirl. This isn't just a pretty bauble. It shows truth past, present, and the threads that connect them. And what it showed me, she shuddered. Before Thorn could respond, the air crackled with magical energy. Dark figures emerged from the surrounding trees, wearing robes emblazoned with symbols that seemed to shift between Elvish script and Dwarven runes. The circle of twilight, Morgana spat. Right on schedule, the battle that erupted transformed the clearing into a maelstrom of magic. Thorn's enchanted daggers danced with lethal grace as Morgana's runic magic exploded around them in bursts of geometric light. They found themselves fighting back to back, the hunter and his quarry united against a common enemy. As they fought, the eye of Galadriel pulsed with increasing intensity, its light revealing glimpses of a truth far darker than either had imagined. The circle of twilight was no simple theft ring. They were the visible face of an ancient conspiracy that had manipulated both elven courts and dwarven clans for centuries. "They've been working to erase the boundaries between realms," Morgana explained later, as they huddled in a hidden cave, tending their wounds. "Not just the physical boundaries between our lands, but the metaphysical ones between life and death, light and shadow." Thorn examined the eye, watching as images swirled in its crystalline depths. He saw his own past reflected there, his mother's exile from her elven house for loving a dwarven merchant, his years learning to survive in the spaces between two worlds that never quite accepted him. "Why show me this now?" "Because you're like me," Morgana said softly. "Someone who belongs to both worlds and neither. The eye reveals what we need to see, not what we want to see." The artifact's revelations led them on a journey across the wildlands, uncovering ancient sites where the boundaries between realms had already begun to blur. In forgotten temples and abandoned mines, they found evidence of the Circle's true plan, a ritual that would use the combined power of elven starlight and dwarven earth magic to tear down the walls between worlds. Their quest became a race against time, gathering allies from both their people's outcasts, half-breeds, and those few who could see past centuries of prejudice to the greater threat. With each step, the connection between Thorn and Morgana grew stronger, built on shared understanding and the weight of their discovered destiny. The final confrontation took place in an ancient sanctuary deep beneath the earth, where crystal spires reached up toward an impossible sky studded with underground stars. The Circle of Twilight had begun their ritual, drawing power from captive elven sages and dwarven rune masters. As battle raged around them, Thorn and Morgana fought their way to the ritual's heart. The eye of Galadriel blazed between them, its light revealing the strands of magic that held reality together and how to preserve them. "The only way to stop this is to use both our magics," Morgana shouted over the chaos. "The eye needs both elven grace and dwarven strength to seal the breach." Their magic joined Thorn's inherited elven affinity for starlight and Morgana's mastery of dwarven runes. The eye of Galadriel encompassed their combined power, transforming from a tool of vision into a key that could lock the doors between worlds. The price of victory was the eye itself. As the ritual collapsed and the Circle's members fled or fell, the artifact that had brought them together dissolved into pure light, its power dispersed to reinforce the natural boundaries between realms. In the aftermath, standing in the ruined sanctuary, Thorn looked at the empty crystal setting that had once held the eye. So much power gone, Morgana took his hand, her runic tattoos still glowing faintly. Not gone, transformed. "Like us," she smiled. "Besides, I think we found something more valuable than any artifact." Thorn returned her smile, understanding finally that some treasures couldn't be measured in gold or magic. The real bounty had been finding someone who understood what it meant to walk between worlds and choosing to walk that path together. They emerged from the sanctuary into a world that was both unchanged and utterly different. The boundaries between realms remained intact, but perhaps the boundaries between peoples had grown a little thinner. And if anyone noticed that the most successful magical troubleshooters in the realm were a half-elf bounty hunter and a dwarven runemaster working as partners, well, stranger things had happened in the wildlands. After all, sometimes the greatest truths could only be seen by those who had learned to look with both elven and dwarven eyes. Story 5. The Temple of Harmony rose from the morning mist, like a dream caught in stone, its ancient spires bridging the gap between earth and sky. For 1,000 years, it had stood as a monument to the time when elves and dwarves had ruled together in peace, before pride and fear had torn their peoples apart. Now, as dawn painted the temple's weathered walls with rose gold light, two figures approached its gates from opposite directions, one with the fluid grace of the elven folk, the other with the steady purpose of the dwarven kingdoms. Arya Moonweaver, high priestess of the Starlit Grove, felt the temple's magic before she saw it, a resonance in the air that made her silvery hair float as if underwater. Across the courtyard, she saw the dwarf warrior approaching, his armor gleaming with runes of protection, his beard braided with threads of mithril. This, then, was Thorin Ironheart, the legendary commander of the Crystal Guard. Neither had come by chance. Both had been drawn by dreams that spoke of ancient dangers and awakening powers. But nothing in those dreams had prepared them for what they found within the temple's halls. The first statue began to move as they crossed the threshold of the inner sanctuary. It was a magnificent piece of art, a warrior cast in eternal stone, with the height and elegance of an elf, but the broad strength of a dwarf. Its eyes opened, revealing pupils of solid gold, and its marble fingers reached for a sword that had been waiting patiently for a millennium. The guardians, Arya breathed, recognition dawning from ancient texts she had studied. They're waking up all around them. More statues were stirring, dozens of them, each a perfect blend of elven and dwarven features, each armed with weapons that had never known rust or decay. But instead of protecting the temple as they had in ages past, they turned their golden gazes upon the living intruders with clear hostile intent. "This isn't right," Thorin growled, his war hammer already in his hands. "The histories say the Guardians were created to protect both our peoples. The battle that followed was like dancing with an avalanche." Arya's spell song wove through the air as Thorin's hammer struck with devastating precision. But for each Guardian they managed to subdue, two more emerged from the temple's shadowy recesses. They found themselves retreating deeper into the temple, through halls decorated with murals showing elves and dwarves working together to build wonders that neither race could have created alone. As they ran, Arya's magical senses tingled with recognition. "These aren't just statues," she called to Thorin as they barricaded themselves in what appeared to be an ancient throne room. "Their vessels meant to house the spirits of great warriors from both our peoples." Thorin's eyes widened beneath his helm. "The final guardians of the old alliance," he said. "My grandfather used to speak of them, warriors who chose to bind their spirits to stone so they could protect the temple forever before they could discuss further." The barricade burst inward. But this time, as the guardians approached, something strange happened. Their golden eyes fixed not on Arya and Thorin, but on the elaborate crowns they wore, her circlet of starsilver, his band of run gold, symbols of their positions as chosen leaders of their respective peoples. The nearest guardian knelt, its stone voice resonating like an earthquake. "The heirs have come." The test begins. Understanding crashed over them like a wave. They weren't under attack, they were being evaluated. The Guardians weren't trying to destroy them. They were testing if they were worthy to inherit the temple's power and responsibility. What followed was not a battle, but a series of trials, each designed to test not just their individual strengths, but their ability to work together. Arya's magic complemented Thorin's strength. His steadfast nature balanced her swift intuition. With each challenge met, more of the temple's secrets revealed themselves. In the heart of the temple, they found a chamber that took their breath away. The ceiling was a dome of pure crystal, showing not the sky above, but the very fabric of reality, the threads of magic that bound their world together. And on the walls, inscriptions told a story that had been lost to time. The Temple of Harmony hadn't been just a symbol of alliance, it had been a linchpin, a place where the magics of both peoples were woven together to maintain balance in the world. Its abandonment hadn't just ended an era of cooperation. It had begun a slow unraveling of that ancient power. But as Arya and Thorin read the inscriptions, the truth struck deeper. Betrayals had indeed destroyed the old alliance, but not between elves and dwarves. The temple's original guardians had discovered a group of extremists from both peoples working together in secret, believing that only through conflict and separation could their races remain pure. These conspirators had poisoned the alliance from within, spreading lies and staging incidents to drive their peoples apart. The guardian spirits had sealed themselves in stone, waiting for a time when leaders would come who could see past centuries of prejudice and restore what was lost. Now, standing before the crystal dome, Arya and Thorin faced a choice. The temple's power could be restored, the guardian spirits laid to rest, but only if both peoples committed to rebuilding what was lost. It would mean revealing painful truths, challenging centuries of separation, and risking their own positions among their people. Arya looked at Thorin, seeing in his eyes the same understanding that filled her heart. Some choices weren't really choices at all. Together, they spoke the words of binding, accepting their roles as the new guardians of harmony. The temple's magic surged around them, no longer dormant, but awakening to new purpose. The stone guardians bowed one final time before crumbling to dust. Their long vigil finally ended. In the years that followed, the Temple of Harmony became a place of renewal. Young elves and dwarves came to study together, learning to blend their magics as their ancestors had done. The truth about the old betrayals was revealed, not to assign blame, but to heal ancient wounds. And if visitors sometimes glimpsed a tall elven priestess and a sturdy dwarven warrior walking the temple halls together, their forms slightly translucent in the moonlight, well, every temple needs its guardians. Even today, they say that those who enter the Temple of Harmony with an open heart might hear the mingled sounds of elven songs and dwarven hammers, echoing from a time when differences were seen not as walls, but as bridges waiting to be built. Story 6. The crystal forest whispered ancient secrets as dawn's first light scattered through its translucent trees, each branch and leaf a prism casting rainbow shadows on the frost-covered ground. It was here, among these ethereal sentinels, that Liriana first heard the dragon's call, a sound no living being had heard for 1,000 years. The young elf pressed her palm against the nearest crystal trunk, its surface cool and thrumming with magic that had flowed uninterrupted since the First Age. Her violet eyes widened as the vibrations grew stronger, forming patterns she recognized from the forbidden texts hidden in her grandmother's library. The ancient runes were awakening, and with them, a truth her family had guarded for generations. "The seal is breaking," she whispered, her breath forming delicate frost patterns in the air. The words carried the weight of prophecy, echoing the warnings passed down through her bloodline, the last of the seal keepers, those chosen to prevent the awakening of Crystalwing, the great ice dragon sleeping beneath the northern mountains. But she was not the only one drawn to the forest that fateful morning. Through the crystalline maze came a figure as solid as the trees were ethereal Thornic, exiled prince of the Iron Deep Halls. His heavy boots crunched against the frozen ground, his beard adorned with jewels that caught the prismatic light. The dwarf's weathered face bore the marks of one who had survived the deepest mines and highest peaks, yet his eyes held a shadow darker than any mountain's heart. Their meeting was no coincidence. The same ancient magic that stirred the dragon's slumber had pulled them together, though neither trusted the other at first. Elves and dwarves had maintained an uneasy peace for centuries, each blaming the other for the catastrophes of the past. "The signs are clear," Thornic growled, his voice rough, as stone against steel. The twilight crystals sing their warning. 3 remain, scattered across the cursed lands, and without them, the seal will shatter completely. He pulled an ancient map from his leather pouch, its edges crumbling with age. I've spent 20 years searching for this, ever since I learned the truth about the dragon. Liriana studied the map with growing dread. The locations of the 3 crystals of twilight were marked in fading ink. One in the Wraith Marsh, where the dead walked among poisonous flowers. Another atop Mount Ivernite, where the stars burned close enough to touch. And the third in the Abyssal Forge, the dwarves' ancient smithy, now overrun by creatures of shadow and flame. But it was what Thornick said next that changed everything. The dragon must wake. The words hung in the crystal-sharp air, like icicles ready to fall. Liriana's hand flew to the moonstone dagger at her belt, but Thornick raised his palms in peace. Listen, elf. The dragon's sleep is not protecting our world. It's allowing something far worse to grow stronger. The true curse isn't Crystalwing's awakening. It's what has festered during his 1,000-year slumber over the next hours. As the crystal forest's lights shifted from dawn to day, Thornick revealed the secret that had led to his exile. The great dragon had not been an enemy, but a guardian, sealed away by those who feared its power. In its absence, an ancient darkness had taken root beneath the earth, feeding on the magic that should have flowed freely through the world. The twilight crystals were not meant to keep the dragon asleep, but to wake it at the proper time. Their journey began that very day. Through the Wraith Marsh they traveled, where Liriana's elvish magic lit their path through fields of luminous, deadly blooms. Her skills with bow and blade matched Thornick's mastery of axe and hammer as they fought back the marsh wraiths. The first crystal they found clutched in the skeletal hands of an ancient elven queen, its power pulsing in harmony with Liriana's blood. On Mount Ivernite, where the air grew too thin for normal beings to breathe, Thornick's dwarven endurance kept them alive. The second crystal hung suspended in a cage of starlight, requiring both his knowledge of metallurgy and her spiritual connection to the heavens to retrieve it. With each crystal, their unlikely friendship deepened, centuries of racial prejudice melting like spring snow. But it was in the Abyssal Forge that their resolve faced its greatest test. The ancient dwarven halls, once magnificent, now crawled with shadow creatures that fed on magic itself. Here, Thornick confronted his own past. He had once been the Forge Master's apprentice before uncovering the truth about the dragon and choosing exile over silence. As they fought their way to the heart of the forge, the 2 crystals they carried began to pulse with increasing urgency. The third crystal, mounted above the great anvil where the dwarves had once shaped magic itself, responded in kind. But reaching it required a sacrifice. One of them would have to channel their life force through the other 2 crystals to create a bridge across a chasm of liquid darkness. Liriana stepped forward without hesitation, but Thornick caught her arm. "My people helped create this mess," he said, his eyes reflecting the crystal's light. "Let me make it right." Before she could protest, he pressed his crystal into her hands and began the ritual. The power that flowed through him carved lines of light across his skin, like veins of precious ore in living stone. As Liriana retrieved the final crystal, the entire forge began to shake. The darkness that had been gathering for a millennium rose up, revealing its true form, a void that sought to devour all magic, all life, all hope. With the 3 crystals united, Liriana understood what needed to be done. The dragons had not been sealed away out of fear, but out of love they had volunteered to sleep, becoming anchors that kept magic flowing through the world. But times had changed, and now only Crystalwing's awakening could restore the balance. Racing against the consuming darkness, Liriana and a weakened Thornick made their way to the northern mountains. In a cave of ancient ice, they found the sleeping dragon, its crystalline scales reflecting their own images 1,000 times over. As the void pursued them, They placed the 3 crystals in a triangle around Crystalwing's form. The dragon's awakening was like a second dawn, its wings of living crystal spreading to fill the cavern with rainbow light. The darkness recoiled, but did not retreat. What followed was a battle not of physical might, but of pure magical force, Crystalwing channeling the combined power of elf, dwarf, and dragon to drive back the void. When it was over, the world had changed. The crystal trees of Liriana's forest now grew in the deep places of the earth, bridging the realms of elf and dwarf. Thornix people welcomed him home as a hero, the truth of his exile finally understood, and Crystalwing soared the skies once more, not as a threat, but as a guardian of the renewed alliance between all magical beings. In the years that followed, Liriana and Thornix would often meet in the Crystal Forest, sharing stories of their adventures with young elves and dwarves alike. And if sometimes on clear nights they saw a crystalline shape gliding among the stars, they would smile, knowing that some curses were meant to be broken and some friendships were destined to change the world. Story 7. Dawn broke over the spires of Silver Crown Castle like liquid gold, its light streaming through stained glass windows to paint the throne room in kaleidoscopic hues. But on this morning, the usual warmth of sunrise brought no comfort to the gathered crowd. Their king, Aldrich the Wise, sat motionless upon his ancient throne, transformed into perfect, gleaming stone. The royal crown, passed down through generations of Silver Crown rulers, rested upon his marble brow. There, etched with impossible precision into its golden surface, glowed a single elvish rune, Betrayal, the symbol pulsed with a faint blue light, casting ghostly shadows across the king's stone features. Kellen stood before the petrified monarch, his mixed heritage more apparent than ever in the morning light. His height and broad shoulders spoke of his human blood, but his slightly pointed ears and the ethereal grace of his movements betrayed his elvish ancestry. As captain of the royal guard, he had sworn to protect the king. Now he could only clench his jaw as the royal council argued about what to do. "It must be the elves of the Silver Forest," declared Lord Blackthorn, his face red with rage. Who else could have inscribed their foul magic upon the crown? The other council members murmured in agreement, their fear seeking an easy target. But Kellen knew better than to jump to conclusions. In his 30 years straddling both worlds, he had learned that truth rarely aligned with convenient assumptions. When the council appointed him to investigate the matter, he accepted with a bow that hid his relief at escaping the politically charged atmosphere of the castle. His journey to the Silver Forest led him through lands touched by autumn's first breath. As he rode, the stories his elvish mother had told him of this place came alive: trees with bark like polished silver, leaves that chimed like bells in the wind. But she had never mentioned the oppressive silence that now blanketed the forest, nor the sense of ancient power stirring beneath the earth. It was here that he encountered Moira, though encountered might be too gentle a word for their meeting. The dwarven sorceress emerged from between two silver trees, her steel-gray hair woven with glowing crystals, and promptly blocked his path with a wall of shimmering force. "Turn back, half-blood," she warned, her voice resonating with power. "The answers you seek lie not with the elves, but in the depths where the titans sleep." When Kellen refused to retreat, she lowered the barrier with a gesture that spoke of centuries of practice. "Then you must learn the truth, though it may shatter your world as surely as it will shatter your king." Together, they delved into forgotten lore and hidden places. Moira revealed that the king's petrification was no mere curse, but a warning. Deep beneath the mountains that bordered the kingdom, the titans of stone, primordial beings who had ruled the world before elves, humans, or dwarves walked its surface, were stirring from their ancient slumber. "The rune on the crown is no mark of betrayal," Moira explained as they studied ancient drawings in a dwarven archive. "It is a ward of protection, placed by the elves who helped imprison the titans eons ago. Your king's transformation is a defense mechanism, triggered by their awakening, but it was what she said next that changed everything. "And your blood, Kellen, carries the key to both their rising and their binding." The mixing of elvish and human bloodlines was never forbidden. By mere prejudice it was banned, because such unions could produce beings capable of commanding the Titans themselves. Their investigation led them deep beneath the earth, following the pulse of power that grew stronger with each step downward. In vast caverns that had never known sunlight, they found evidence of the Titans stirring massive handprints pressed into solid rock, tremors that shook the very foundations of the world, and ancient runes that glowed with increasing urgency. As they ventured deeper, Kellen began to feel something awakening within his own blood. His mixed heritage, long a source of quiet shame, now burned through his veins like liquid fire. Each step brought new revelations about his true nature and the role he would have to play. The final chamber they discovered lay beneath the very foundations of Silver Crown Castle. Here, carved into walls of black stone, they found the truth. The kingdom had not been built by chance above the Titan's prison. The royal line of Silver Crown had been established as guardians, each monarch unknowingly renewing the seals that kept the primordial beings in their slumber. But the latest renewal had failed because the king's blood had grown too thin, too far removed from the ancient power that had first forged the seals. Only one with both human determination and elvish magic flowing through their veins could restore the binding. The price of this knowledge was steep. As Kellen and Moira worked to understand the ancient magics, the Titans grew stronger. Earthquakes shook the kingdom, and mysterious stone formations erupted from the ground, taking shapes that seemed almost like giant figures trying to break free from the earth itself. The final battle took place in the depths beneath Silver Crown Castle. As the largest of the Titans began to break free, Kellen found himself standing between worlds, one foot in the realm of mortals, the other in the domain of these ancient beings. His blood sang with power he had never known he possessed, while Moira worked complex spells to channel and direct his newfound abilities. The ritual to renew the seals required both sacrifice and acceptance. Kellen had to embrace both sides of his heritage fully, understanding that he was neither human nor elf, but something else entirely, a bridge between worlds, just as the ancient creators of the seals had been. As he channeled his power into the ancient bindings, the rune on the king's crown began to glow brighter. The petrification spell slowly reversed, revealing its true purpose. The king had not been cursed, but preserved, his own life force transferred into the weakening seals to prevent the Titan's immediate awakening. When it was over, the kingdom had changed. King Aldrich, restored to flesh, acknowledged the truth about the realm's foundation and the importance of maintaining connections with both elvish and dwarven kingdoms. Moira remained as an advisor, helping to establish a new order of guardians who would understand and maintain the seals. And Kellen found his place at last, no longer caught between worlds, but standing proudly as a bridge between them. The elvish rune on the crown was reinterpreted not as betrayal, but as bridge, a reminder that strength often comes from the union of different powers. In the years that followed, the kingdom of Silver Crown became known as a place where all races were welcome, where the wisdom of the past was preserved alongside the promise of the future. And deep beneath the earth, the Titans slumbered once more, bound not by force or fear, but by the power of a blood that spoke of unity rather than division. The story of the petrified king became legend, told in both human taverns and elvish halls, a reminder that sometimes the greatest threats bring the greatest opportunities for understanding. And if sometimes the ground still trembled slightly beneath the kingdom, its people slept peacefully, knowing that their guardian watched over them, a captain who had become something far more, a protector who understood that true strength lies not in the purity of blood, but in the courage to bridge ancient divides. Story 8. In the great halls of Moria, where golden light danced on walls inlaid with precious gems and ancient runes, Princess Astrid stood before the sacred throne of her ancestors. The vast chamber, carved from a single massive diamond deep within the mountain, sparkled with the light of 1,000 enchanted torches. This was to be her moment of triumph or rejection. The throne itself, a masterwork of dwarven craftsmanship fashioned from adamantine and gold, or the weight of centuries of tradition. Each ruler of Moria had proven their worth upon it, their names forever etched in the runic circles that spiraled out across the chamber floor. But never had a woman sought to claim this seat of power. As Astrid stepped forward, her armor gleaming with runes of protection, the ancient ceremonies began. The High Runekeeper, his beard adorned with rings marking 8 centuries of service, raised his staff to begin the ritual of succession. But before he could speak the first word, the throne's runes flared to life with an intensity never before seen. The light formed patterns in the air, ancient dwarven script that hadn't been seen since the First Age. The message they spelled out sent gasps echoing through the gathered nobility. The Shadow Scourge returns. The Black Dragon wakes. The time of testing is at hand. The chamber erupted in chaos. The Shadow Scourge was a legend, a horror story told to frighten young dwarves, a darkness that had nearly destroyed their ancestors before being sealed away by the first kings. But Astrid saw opportunity where others saw doom. If she could face this threat, none could deny her right to rule. Yet the Council of Elders moved quickly to dash her hopes. "We cannot risk the kingdom on an untried woman," declared Lord Ironbeard, his voice carrying the weight of tradition. "We must send our most seasoned warriors to the Forbidden Caves," but Astrid would not be denied. That night, she slipped away from her guards, taking with her only her enchanted warhammer, Truthseeker, and the ancient map she had discovered in the Forbidden section of the Royal Library. The path to the Forbidden Caves led her through the deepest reaches of the Mountain Kingdom, where even the hardiest miners feared to tread. It was in these shadowy depths that she encountered Felindril. The elven archimage seemed to materialize from the darkness itself, his ancient robes shimmering with starlight despite the underground gloom. According to all she had been taught, elves were enemies, tricksters who had betrayed the dwarven kingdoms in the Age of Shadows. Yet something in his eyes spoke of a burden heavier than her own. "I have waited 500 years for this moment," he said, his voice carrying echoes of distant storms. "Since the day I helped imprison what you now seek to face." When Astrid raised Truthseeker defensively, he merely smiled. "The hammer you bear, I helped forge it. In days when elves and dwarves still called each other friends, together they descended into the heart of the mountain." Felindril revealed how he had been branded a traitor by his own people for trying to prevent the sundering of the alliance between elves and dwarves. The true history, he explained, was far different from what either race now believed. The Forbidden Caves opened before them like a wound in the earth, their walls gleaming with veins of black crystal that seemed to pulse with dark energy. Here, according to legend, dwelt the last black dragon, a beast of such power that it had taken the combined might of both races to drive it into the depths. But what they found in the cave's heart shattered everything Astrid had been taught to believe. The black dragon, Nightwing, lay chained not by physical bonds, but by strands of pure magic that bore the signatures of both elven and dwarven spellcraft. And around it, moving like living shadows, were the true enemies, the shadow wraiths, beings of pure darkness that had manipulated both races into imprisoning their greatest defender. The Shadow Scourge had never been the dragon. It was these wraiths who had spent centuries slowly corrupting the memories and histories of both peoples, turning them against each other while they grew stronger in the darkness. As the wraiths attacked, Astrid and Felindril fought back to back. Her hammer, finally unleashing its true power in the presence of both dwarf and elf, blazed with light that sent the shadows reeling. Felindril's magic, enhanced by the ancient dwarven runes that surrounded them, wove barriers of pure energy. But it was not enough. The wraiths were too many, their power too great after centuries of feeding on hatred and distrust. It was then that Astrid understood what had to be done. Moving with the certainty of one born to rule, she approached the chained dragon. "We free him," she declared. Together, the ritual of unbinding required both dwarven strength and elven magic, a cooperation that hadn't been seen in centuries. As Astrid struck the magical chains with Truthseeker, Felindril channeled his power through the hammer, their combined will focused on a single purpose. Nightwing's awakening was like a second sun blazing to life in the heart of the mountain. The dragon's scales, black as polished obsidian, reflected the light of their magic as it rose to its full height. Its eyes, burning with the wisdom of ages, took in the scene before it. The battle that followed would be sung of in both elven halls and dwarven feasts for generations to come. Nightwing's flame, far from the destructive force of legend, burned away the shadows while leaving stone and flesh untouched. The wraiths, finally exposed for what they truly were, could no longer hide behind their centuries of deception. When it was over, Astrid and Felindril stood in a chamber transformed. The black crystal veins now glowed with clean light, and the dragon regarded them with something like approval. The truth it shared with them would change both their kingdoms forever. The shadow wraiths had been born from the distrust between races, and only by rebuilding those broken bonds could they prevent the shadows from rising again. Astrid returned to Moria not just as a warrior who had proved her worth, but as a queen who understood that true strength lies in the ability to question tradition and forge new paths. The sacred throne accepted her without hesitation, its runes blazing not with warning but with welcome. Under her reign, the great halls of Moria were opened once more to elvish visitors. Felindril, his name cleared at last, became an advisor to both kingdoms. And Nightwing made its lair in the peaks above the dwarven city, a guardian once more, reminding all who saw it that some legends are worth preserving, while others must be rewritten. The Shadow Scourge became a different kind of tale, not a story of horror, but a lesson about the dangers of letting fear and prejudice divide those who should stand together. And if sometimes shadows still gathered in deep places, they found no purchase in kingdoms where elves and dwarves once again called each other allies, and where a queen's wisdom was measured not by her gender, but by her courage to embrace change. Story 9. The Grand Council Chamber of the Celestial Spire fell silent as the last crystal in the Fountain of Elements dimmed to a dull gray. For 10,000 years, these mystic gems had blazed with the raw essence of magic, feeding power to every spell and enchantment in the known world. Now, as the assembled wizards watched in horror, the final spark of magic flickered like a dying star. Thalen stood among them, his dwarven-forged staff marking him as unique among the gathered mages. Raised in the deep halls of the Ironheart clan, he was perhaps the only human to ever master both the ancestral magic of the dwarves and the refined spellcraft of the Grand Council. His mismatched eyes, one steel gray, one amber, reflected the fading light of the fountain. "The source is failing," announced Archmagus Valorian, his ancient voice trembling. "Our measurements suggest that within one cycle of the moon, all magic in the world will cease." The chamber erupted in panicked whispers. But Thalen's attention was drawn to a figure standing in the shadows, an elven archer, whose presence at a gathering of mages was as unusual as his own dwarven connections. The council's debate raged through the night, but in the end, they turned to their youngest member. Thalen's unique understanding of both dwarven runecraft and human spellweaving made him the ideal candidate for a desperate mission. Ancient texts spoke of an artifact in the frozen wastes that could restore the source, the horn of primordial magic, said to have been carved from the tusk of the first dragon. As he prepared for his journey, the elven archer emerged from the shadows. "I am Silveria," she said, her voice carrying the weight of secrets. "And you will need my help to reach the horn." Before Thalen could protest, she revealed a marking on her wrist, the sigil of the Dragon Hunters, a legendary order thought extinct for centuries. Their journey north took them through lands where magic was already growing weak. Villages that had relied on protective wards for generations now stood vulnerable to dark creatures. Healing spells flickered and failed, leaving the sick to rely on ancient herbal remedies. The world was changing, and not for the better. In the frozen ruins of an ancient city, Silveria revealed the truth she had carried. The dragon hunters had not hunted dragons for sport or glory, but to protect a secret. Dragons were not merely magical creatures, they were magic itself given form. The horn they sought had belonged to Oryx, the first dragon, whose sacrifice had created the source of all magic. But there was more. A prophecy, passed down through generations of dragon hunters, spoke of a time when magic would fade. This was not a natural death, but a transformation. The power was not disappearing, it was gathering, building toward something momentous. Their path led them through the crystalline valley, where geometric formations of pure magic jutted from the ground like frozen lightning. Here, they encountered the ice wraiths, spirits of fallen mages drawn to the remaining pools of power. Thalen's dwarven-taught runic magic proved crucial, his enchanted staff drawing strength from the earth itself when other spells began to fail. Silveria's skills were equally vital. The dragon hunters had developed techniques that required no magic, and her arrows, tipped with rare skymetals, could pierce even magical barriers. Together, they fought their way through challenges that neither could have overcome alone. The final trial came at the peak of first light, where the horn was said to rest. As they climbed the crystalline spire, magic itself seemed to fight against them. Reality buckled and warped, showing them visions of both past and possible futures. They witnessed the first dragon's sacrifice, saw how its power had been bound into the mountain heart that became the source. But they also saw what would happen when magic returned, not a gentle restoration, but a surge of power that could reshape or destroy the world. The horn was not meant to simply restore magic. It was meant to control its return, to ensure it flowed back into the world gradually, like a river instead of a flood. At the summit, they found not just the horn, but an ancient dragon, barely clinging to life. The last of its kind, it had waited millennia for this moment. With its dying breath, it revealed the final piece of the prophecy. The one who had used the horn must share blood with both the earth and the sky, must understand both the raw power of dwarven runecraft and the refined techniques of human spellcraft. Thalen realized why he had been chosen. His unique upbringing had prepared him for this moment. But as he reached for the horn, Silveria stopped him. The dragon hunters had another purpose. They were bred to channel dragon magic, their bloodline carrying a spark of the first dragon's power. Together, she said, fitting an arrow to her bow. The horn provides focus, but it needs both control and power to work properly. The ritual that followed was unlike any magic ever attempted. As Thalen played the horn, its notes carrying the memory of the first dragon's voice, Silveria fired arrows charged with her ancestral power into precise points around them, creating a pattern that matched the constellations above. Their combined effort opened a channel between the gathered magic and the world that had grown so dependent on it. The power's return was like watching a sunrise in reverse. From the peak of first light, they could see magic flowing back into the world in waves of colored light. But this time, it did not simply pool in the source, it spread evenly, touching every corner of the realm, seeping into the earth and air themselves. When they returned to the celestial spire, they found the council chamber transformed. The fountain of elements now flowed with magic that was alive, conscious, more resembling a partnership than a resource to be consumed. The wizards had to learn new ways of casting, working with magic rather than simply wielding it. Thalen and Silveria became the first of a new order, the Harmonious Path, dedicated to maintaining the balance of magic in the world. Under their guidance, the barriers between different magical traditions began to fade. Dwarven runcrafters shared secrets with elven spellsingers, human mages learned from dragon lore, and the world grew richer for it. The horn found a new home in the renamed Chamber of Balance, where its subtle music reminded all who heard it that magic was not a tool to be used, but a force to be respected and understood. And if sometimes its notes carried a hint of dragon song, well, that was just another mystery in a world that had learned to embrace the unknown. For magic had not simply returned, it had evolved, becoming something greater than it had been before. And in this new age, those who once would have been enemies found themselves united in the most important task of all, ensuring that the power that flowed through their world would never again be taken for granted. Story 10. The Bridge of Unity was to be a marvel of both dwarven and elven craftsmanship, spanning the great chasm that had long divided their realms. After 1,000 years of isolation, the two races had finally agreed to build something together. Yet as the morning mist rolled away from the construction site, all work came to an abrupt halt. There, unearthed by the previous night's excavation, stood a statue that should not have existed. The figure was clearly female, her stone features bearing both the delicate grace of the elves and the sturdy strength of the dwarves, an impossible combination that had both races questioning everything they believed about their shared history. Her outstretched hands held what appeared to be broken chains, and at her feet, ancient runes spoke in a language that neither race fully remembered. Eldred, the young elven historian, pressed his palm against the statue's base, his silver eyes wide with wonder. Every historical text he had studied claimed that elves and dwarves had always been separate races, their differences as fundamental as stone and starlight. Yet here stood evidence that challenged a millennium of certainty. Across from him, Grimhilda adjusted her crystal-powered spectacles. The dwarven artisans practiced eye-noting details that others might miss. The craftsmanship, she muttered, her beard ornaments tinkling softly as she shook her head. It's neither elvish nor dwarven, but something more. Their respective councils quickly appointed them to investigate the statue's origins, though perhaps more to quiet the unsettling questions it raised than to find actual answers. Together, they descended into the ancient archives beneath both their realms, seeking clues in forgotten texts and crumbling scrolls. In the elven library of Starweave Tower, they discovered the first hint of tapestry showing a great ritual, where elves and dwarves stood together in a circle of power. But the image had been deliberately damaged, the central figure burned away centuries ago. In the dwarven halls of memory, they found references to a time when the two races had shared not just knowledge, but blood and love. But it was in the sealed chamber beneath the statue itself that they found the truth. Hidden runes, activated by the combined touch of elf and dwarf, revealed images of a past that had been systematically erased. Their races had once been one people, separated not by natural evolution, but by divine decree. The gods, it seemed, had feared the power of beings who combined elvish magic with dwarven craft. A prophecy had spoken of a child who would be born with the abilities of both races, one who could challenge the gods themselves. In their fear, the divine powers had split the races apart, weaving a powerful curse that made such unions impossible and erasing the memory of their shared heritage. The statue was both memorial and warning, created by those who had foreseen this moment of reunion. The broken chains in her hands symbolized not just physical bondage, but the mystical barriers that kept the races apart. And now, as Eldred and Grimhilda stood in that ancient chamber, they felt the curse beginning to weaken. Signs of the change appeared slowly at first. Elvish children were born with unusual strength for handling stone. Dwarven crafters found themselves able to imbue their works with magic that had once been the exclusive domain of elven spell songs. The barriers were breaking down, and with them, the certainties of 1,000 years. But not everyone welcomed these changes. Traditionalists from both races called for an immediate end to the bridge project. Ancient prophecies were best left buried, they argued. The gods had separated them for a reason. Yet for every voice calling for continued isolation, another spoke of the possibilities that unity might bring. The crisis came to a head during the night of the twin moons, when both of the world's satellites hung full in the sky, one silver one gold. As Eldred and Grimhilda studied the statue by moonlight, trying to decipher the last of its runes, the ground began to tremble. The statue's eyes opened, glowing with inner light, and a voice that bridged the gap between Elvish song and Dwarven resonance spoke to them. "The time of choice is upon you," it said. "The barriers weaken, and with them, the curse that has kept you apart. But know this: to break the curse fully will draw the attention of those who cast it. The gods will not idly watch their work undone." The choice seemed impossible. Continue building the bridge, knowing it would lead to a confrontation with divine powers, or maintain the separation that had kept both races safe for a millennium. But as Eldred and Grimhilda looked at each other, they realized they had already chosen. The ritual to break the curse required representatives of both races to willingly share their essence, not just blood and breath, but the very core of what made them elf and dwarf. As they began the ceremony, the sky above the bridge filled with storm clouds that crackled with divine energy. The gods had noticed, but they were not alone. From every direction came supporters, elves and dwarves, who had seen the truth in the statue's message. They formed a circle around the ritual site, their combined voices raising ancient songs that had not been heard since the sundering of their races. The divine storm broke upon them with fury, but where elvish magic and dwarven craft had once worked separately, they now flowed together. Shields of pure light reinforced walls of living stone. Spell songs harmonized with the ring of enchanted hammers. And at the center, Eldred and Grimhilda completed the ritual that would forever change their world. The curse broke with a sound like a mountain splitting, yet instead of destruction, it brought transformation. Those present felt something ancient and true awakening in their blood, the memory of what they had once been and what they could be again. The Bridge of Unity was completed within the year, but it became more than just a physical connection between realms. It became a symbol of what was possible when ancient barriers fell. The statue remained at its center, but now it was joined by new works of art that showed not just what had been lost, but what had been regained. Eldred and Grimhilda became the first teachers of what they called the unified arts, showing others how to blend the strengths of both races. And if sometimes the gods showed their displeasure with storms and portents, the people remained unafraid, for they had learned that some powers are greater than divine decree, the power of truth over lies, of unity over division, and of love over fear. The prophecy of one who could challenge the gods remained unfulfilled, but perhaps that had never been the true threat. Perhaps what the gods had really feared was not a single mighty being, but the strength that comes when artificial barriers fall and people remember that they were never meant to be divided at all.